see them up. I think they had it there.
One, two, three, 4, 5. Testing. 1, 2.
All right, let's make some room here. Just clear a little path for him. Thank you. A little bit of room, sir. 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 Can you move this way just a little, please? Make some room. Clear a path. A little bit more would be great, but...
For the state of Georgia as we launch a new secure paper ballot voting system. Wanted to give you a little update and talk more about process and where we stand right now and give some context to the time it's taking for the results to come out here and really around the rest of the country. As many of y'all know, it's counties who run elections, and there are 159 counties in the state. Some are more resourced than others. There are counties in the state that have a part-time employee be the director of their elections, and it takes time and effort to do these things. And then we have counties that have over 800,000 registered voters, and it also takes time to process those things. So as we move forward, another couple things I want to put into context for you is people have asked, why has the number not moved more quickly? Well, as y'all know, the law calls for all absentee ballots to be accepted by 7 election day. So obviously on election day itself, election officials are very, very busy actually running the election day voting. So normally what they'll do is have to come back in that evening and into the next day and accept those ballots, and by accepting them they have to go through signature match and all the other processes to confirm the validity of those. And in our case in Georgia, especially when they come in right before or on election day itself, we have to get notifications out to those. That all takes time, that all takes effort. There's only so many people who are involved in these processes in the 159 counties in this state. I know there's been questions about numbers that move around. I've heard 25,000, 50,000, 60,000. The reality is it's about 60,000 votes that are out right now, and we're working with the counties to make sure that they have properly put their stuff into their system and uploaded. As like many of y'all during this election cycle, through our liaisons and the elections office to make sure they have uploaded everything. And with that, we just had a new tranche of votes come in from Sumter County, which has lowered the overall. I'm going to give you what we have with every caveat in the world, what we believe the best numbers are right now for the state, knowing that there's going to be a handful of those ballots in small counties here and there that will be slowly aggregated into the system over time. But these are our big tranches that could affect the outcomes overall. And some of you might have started seeing some of these already, and we're working to get these done today if possible. And we're working with the counties who might be having questions about how to do this properly, because the main thing we want to do, fast is great, and we appreciate fast. We more appreciate accuracy. Accuracy is going to be the bedrock upon which people will believe the outcomes of these elections, be they on the winning side or the losing side. Our processes. And I want to make sure we told everybody in this room and in this state and around the country, this is the first time Georgia has used paper ballots in 20 years. We told people they can expect some results on election night, and we got a lot of them out there. In fact, we got down to 250,000 yesterday. We were down to about 60,000 today. So let me go through what we know we have right now. I brought my computer so I wouldn't screw it up. Bryan County, 3,027. Burke County, 494. Chatham County, 17,157. Clayton County, 7,408. Cobb County, approximately 700. Floyd County, 682. County, 4,713. Fulton County, 11,200. Gwinnett County, 7,300. Harris County, 3,641. Lawrence County, 1,797. Putnam County, 1,552. Taylor County, 456. For approximately just over 60,000 votes. The anticipation is we will continue to go through the process throughout the day and into the evening if necessary. I know there are large counties in this state that stayed overnight, Fulton County being one of those, to process these, and they've knocked their numbers down to about 11,200. We anticipate getting through this process today. One of the reasons that our friends in Chatham County take a little bit and I anticipate getting the majority of those 17,000 in today as well. So with that, I want to thank y'all for being here and answer any questions. We'll start with Justin over here.
Yeah, can you explain to us why that number seems to be such a moving target with the number of absentee ballots?
As I said earlier, all the ballots that come in by 7 p.m. on election day have to be logged in. Now at the same time, they're making reports on the other side. So they're drawing from let's say there's 10,000 ballots. They report 2,000 ballots, they add 1,000 ballots. That means you have 9,000 ballots. And that's why the number of potential votes that are available will continue to be changing. What we've essentially seen now is that number stopped growing, which is why we went from 250,000 yesterday about this time to 60,000 today. Yes, ma'am.
We're seeing a lot of people online with it taking so long, they have concerns about the validity. Can you talk about some of the security protocols that y'all have in place as the Secretary of State's office to make sure that the counties are counting everything properly and votes aren't appearing as what we're seeing?
Well, the main thing, there's several things that work on this system. And if there's any questions, you can always go back to audit and recount. In many places, everything is open to the public. We are poll watchers in many of these places. In places like Fulton County, the state has placed a monitor, and we've had investigators go out and many questions about how these ballots are being handled and move forward. It's frustrating. Time, when everybody else is done, here's the other thing. Florida has more to count than we do, but their margin's wider, so it doesn't matter as much. We have a much smaller margin, and we're aware of that fact, and the county elections officials feel that pressure. They understand. They are working hard. My hats are off to them having to go through this process and be under this level of scrutiny. They're all doing extremely well. And these are 159 elections directors and employees who are here to do the job of protecting democracy. When you go to talk to them, they think about that. They think about the votes of every person in this room and around the country. These are people who are not involved in voter fraud. These people are not involved in voter suppression. I'm telling you, they're doing their jobs every day. It is hard, and we are thankful to them for it, and we're going to work with them to make sure that every legal, lawful ballot is counted.
Mr. Strickland, on risk limiting audits, can you tell us the criteria for the decision that will be made on what race to look at, and has that decision been made, and when will that RLA occur?
The decision hasn't been made yet. The exact criteria is defined in the state election board rule. It'll be decided probably after we get the county certification or not long before. The secretary is the one who solely gets to make that decision, so I won't speak for him here.
Will it be the closest race though?
Sir, I just said you can look at the SCB rules and that outlines the definition. I'm not going to be able to answer that. Yes, sir.
Gabriel Archer here with Next Door Media Group out in Chatham County after we received a lawsuit from President Trump's team. What do you
Lawsuit that will be handled at the county level. As I understand it, it may only affect 50 ballots, but I'm sure that their legal counsel will give them the advice they need to get through that process. Mr. Fowler. Hold on one second. I can't hear anything with that, whatever they're doing up there.
After these 60,000 absentee ballots we processed, that won't be the end of counting. There's still provisional military proceedings. Can you explain to everyone what the provisional ballot process is like, and if we have any idea of how many those might be spread throughout?
We are working with the counties to try to get a full understanding of how many provisionals might be available. Mr. Fowler, who's done a good job reporting on this election, makes a very good point that the election is not over just on the absentee ballots. There are absentee ballots from our overseas military voters that, if they are postmarked by Tuesday, have to be accepted by Friday. There are provisional ballots that need to be verified by Friday. And if you have an absentee ballot with an issue like missing a signature or something, you have until Friday to cure those. Yes, ma'am.
Did you anticipate that this process would take?
Yes, sir.
Has the Secretary of State received any reports of sort of irregularities that they're complaining about to support that?
Any report we get of any kind of irregularity, our investigative division will look into and ascertain the validity of that report, and if necessary, investigate. Yes, sir. I can't say for certain right now. I know we have reports around several things. I'm not sure about voter fraud or anything, because that's kind of a broad term, so I need more specific question, and we'll get with our investigations division and try to get a specific answer to that. Yes, sir. Nothing, because I've not heard of anything about a corrupt scanner in Gwinnett County. I have no information about that. Yes, sir.
The number of absentee ballots that's been put into ENET, is that the final number, or do you anticipate any more being processed?
As I said in the beginning of this thing, there's a possibility that some counties might not have hit upload yet. There's a possibility that they could have not had a random one here or there. So, but that the absentee ballots that are there, and we have the extra bit of security that we know the number of requests. Therefore, we know that is the most outlying ability of anything to be done. So we know the outer limits of anything possible. But right now, as we sit here today, yes, we feel comfortable with that number. Yeah, Justin.
What about the possibility of a recount? Georgia law provides for that for the candidates, and it looks like in the presidential race we're moving into that margin.
There is a possibility of that occurring. Georgia law calls for if you're within 0.5% of the certified result, then the losing candidate, or I guess the winning candidate if they wanted to, could call for a recount, and that would be a statewide recount conducted. And one of the things that we did in procuring our new is we provide single county in the state so that they could conduct a statewide recount if it became necessary. Mark.
In addition to the 60,000 absentees that remain to be counted, we also, the provisionals and the USElection overseas ones will be on top of that, correct?
Well, Mark, if you weren't late, you would have heard the answer to that already.
No, I was here, but I wanted to clarify. Do we know how many that might be?
We're working with the counties to get a final number on that, so yes. Yes, ma'am. No, that wouldn't be possible. The adjudication process gets us to the final number to certify. State law requires that the counties certify their results 10 days from the election, and then we have some time after that. We hope to do it faster than that, because what we need to be able to do, when the counties certify, we're then going to move into the risk limiting audit phase, and then closed out, we'll certify the election. Yes, ma'am. As I said in the press conference on Election Day, we are focusing on getting the election itself done. We do believe it was a data set issue. Don't know exactly why yet, but we have our vendor. We're working on it. But right now, we are really focused on making sure we get the answers out. Yes, ma'am. I can't speak to what investigations have been opened yet. I know there's been discussions about that, but we'll have to get with you after that, after talking to our chief of investigations.
Mr. Spelling, previously I think there was a
Oh, hey.
good to see you in person.
Yeah.
A noon approximation for deadline, and today you said just now you said today if possible. So end of day today maybe is sort of the time.
I am prayerful that we can get to a resolution by the end of the day, but as has been pointed out by everybody, this is going to be an extremely close margin, especially in the presidential election, and we anticipate every one of those UACAVA and curable ballots and provisionals may come into account in that. So having a final one, it may take a minute. Stephen.
Can you describe further the adjudication process for these absentee ballots and what changes have been taken in primary?
Probably not, but I can give it a shot. The adjudication process is a new system here in Georgia. Under the old system of scanning, when you had hand-marked paper ballots, which are something that, unfortunately, as a hand-marked paper ballot, is very open to human frailty and mistakes. We can use an electronic adjudication system where a picture of those ballots, two ovals marked for a single race. We're going to kick it out, and then a human being will get a chance to look at it. Under the new system, it will also look at overvotes, plus it will look at anything like an ambiguous mark. Screen, and a bipartisan panel will then examine that ballot to discern the voter intent. Then it is marked in the system, and then it can be counted properly. Yes, sir.
How many ballots have been tossed out at this point in time? Do you have that number?
You'd have to be more specific. We don't toss out ballots in the state.
That have obviously had errors from the states or double
Yes, we wouldn't have a tracking on that right now because that's basically, if you mismark something that is not a actual vote cast in that race, and just because there's a mistake on one part of your ballot doesn't mean the rest of your ballot would still get counted. Yes. Sorry, no.
Richard Barron is saying that 130,000 have been adjudicated. Is that correct?
Okay, what I'm gonna, yeah, that kind of made my skin crawl. When he's saying that 130,000 ballots have been scanned and they've adjudicated the small percentage of those inside those 130,000. So to give some clarity to that. Those ballots until Friday, we can't know what's going to get here until the time actually gets here for that. Don't tell me I punched you all out. All right, with that, I just want to say one more thank you to the voters of the state, the Secretary, patience. This has been a long process, but I think all of us would agree is much more vital, an accurate and fair more vital than having a fast. Any other questions for later today? Y'all have a great day.
Where you live?
11 Alive.
11 now? I'm going to be the mayor next year.
I'm sorry?
For Razo.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be the mayor.
entonces lo
My dad is, say you come, say you're going past Caracas, and you tell that, there's a hospital, university, go to jail, you're going to go to those laws, and then you
como para Morales.
no, Morales Carranza, the Parque Morales.
Sí, sí. Entonces es Carranza.
Carranza,
En la glorieta. Ah, claro, pasa al hospital, la universidad. Sí. A la derecha, Sierra Leona.
yesterday afternoon. All right, so let's head to Pennsylvania. The counting continues today. We expect it will continue throughout the day. There are more than 600,000 ballots outstanding. And after counting yesterday, we continue to see ourselves nearing parity with Donald Trump. So you've probably watched the ticker on most of the networks. The margin that Donald Trump is ahead, we continue to close, and we expect that gap to continue. We believe from our data that the majority of the outstanding ballots left are for the vice president, and that at the end of the day, and let us hope it's the end of today, but at the end of the day, we will win by a sizable number of votes in Pennsylvania. But we need to make sure that we continue the count there, and that count is underway, and we're going to be patient and wait for it. But our path forward is a path to victory in Pennsylvania. In Arizona, already a number of media outlets have called Arizona for the vice president. We continue to feel confident about Arizona, and we believe we have won there, though the counting has not been finished. So we are waiting on Arizona to continue to count. We saw some counts last night. There's going to be more today. We do expect, similar to Nevada, that some of the margin will continue to close today as more data comes in. From our understanding of how the data is going to be reported, we believe that we will see some more rural and other counties that might be less favorable to us coming in earlier. Pima County, a county that is very favorable for the vice president, we understand might not report until tomorrow. And Maricopa, which is the county where Phoenix is, we know is likely to report at least some of their outstanding ballots, but not until later tonight. So the story of Arizona is one where Joe Biden is going to win, but it's going to take us time and patience as we go through the counting. You might see, we would expect to see, and we will see a tightening of that margin throughout the day, but more favorable data will be coming in this evening and even into tomorrow. So just be conscious of that and be calm as you see that throughout the day. So let's talk about two other states that are still out there and still in play. One that is getting a lot of attention and that we are also obviously very focused on. That would be Georgia. This race, as we said the last time we spoke, is a true toss-up. And we are seeing this as of this morning, and I know the Secretary of State just had a press conference, we are seeing us continuing to cut into the advantage that Donald Trump has. He is leading by about 18,000 votes, but there are a significant number of outstanding ballots that the Secretary of State just spoke to that we expect to be coming in throughout the day. Some counties like Fulton County or Atlanta is counted through the night. But we have a very good sense of where the outstanding ballots are, mostly coming from more Democratic leaning areas, as well as from mail-in voters, places where the vice president has had significant support across the country. So we believe that Georgia, while continuing to be a toss-up, while continuing to be something that is going to be very, very close, at this stage leans to the vice president. And so keep an eye on Georgia throughout the day as we are, but I think we're heading on our path to close that 18,000 vote margin and potentially overtake it. North Carolina, the final state to speak to today, this race continues to be very tight. No real changes in terms of updated data, but we're staying on top of what's coming in, making sure that we have a very good sense of that, and we'll provide updates as we see throughout the day. So hopefully that gives you a sense of how we're approaching and thinking about the states. We are grateful to everyone who is doing the hard work of counting votes in these states. Counting votes and counting every vote is a fundamental tenet of our democracy. And we are so grateful for the hard work that's being done, as we said, with people counting overnight and day after day. Keep at it, but doing a great job, and we're grateful that work. This is happening, this is what's happening right now. This is how we are looking at the morning. I think the story of today is going to be a very positive story for the vice president, but also one where folks are going to need to stay patient and stay calm. The counting is happening. It's going to take time. We need to allow it to get done and done well. And we're very confident whatever happens with the counting and the timing, we will come out ahead. We are absolutely confident that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. And we are equally confident that we're going to be able to watch the counting throughout the day and into tomorrow to finalize these last states that are going to put us over the top to 217. So with that update, I'm now going to hand this presentation over to Bob Bauer to talk a little bit more about how we are looking at Donald Trump's efforts in these final hours and the strategy that we're putting forth on our behalf. So Bob, over to you.
Thank you, Jen. I just wanted to put into the right sort of frame and perspective what you are hearing from some of the states about Trump claims and Trump lawsuits. And I think they're connected. The lawsuits are meritless. They're intended to give the Trump campaign the opportunity to argue that the vote count should stop. It is not going to stop. And I'll walk through some of the silliness behind these claims momentarily. But I want to emphasize that for their purposes, these lawsuits don't have to have merit. That's not the purpose. It's not to bring bona fide claims before the courts. It is to create an opportunity for them to message falsely about what's taking place in the electoral process. And to go to Jen's point, it's really quite remarkable. These election officials are working overnight, trying to get the count out and trying to get it right. And the Trump campaign is continually alleging irregularity, failures of the system, and fraud without any basis. This is part of a broader misinformation campaign that involves some political theater. You may have heard about some loud noises being made by Trump supporters at the polling places, the shouts of stop the vote count and the like. Well, be aware that wherever this is happening, and it's happening inappropriately at close proximity to the polling place, law enforcement and election officials are clearing the places quickly of this kind of behavior and assuring that the vote count can continue. But all of this is intended to create a large cloud that it is the hope of the Trump campaign that nobody can see through, but it is not a very thick cloud. It's not hard to see what they're doing. We see through it. So will the courts, and so do election officials. Now, let me just close by saying a little bit so that you have some grounding in what these lawsuits seem to be about. Let's take three examples: Georgia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So let's take Georgia. In Chatham County, the Trump campaign showed up to allege that 53 late arriving ballots were mixed with ballots received on time. What was the evidence of that? Well, a Trump observer expressed some suspicion about something that may have happened when that observer left the room. That was it. That was the sole purpose of it. The sole basis of it is sort of an expression of suspicion. So the Trump campaign requested that Georgia counties separate any and all late arriving ballots. Well, that's interesting because that's what election officials are already doing, because that's what the law requires. So you have a suspicion that is expressed as the basis for a lawsuit demanding that election officials do what election officials are already doing because the law requires it. I think it's kind of comic, but that's what's involved. Another example comes from Michigan. In Michigan, the Trump campaign filed suit alleging that Republican inspectors should have been afforded the opportunity to witness the collection of ballots from drop boxes, and they asked for the counting to be halted. Well, the collection from the drop boxes was conducted by trained election officials, precisely as provided by law, and the claim is completely meritless. It's a messaging exercise. It has no other purpose than to confuse the public about what's taking place and to support their baseless claims of irregularity. Final example from Pennsylvania. They continue to file suits in this case. In many cases, they're litigating over issues they've already litigated. So they're kind of running out of ideas and they're recycling them. And in other instances, they're filing over utterly immaterial matters like where they may be permitted to stand and observe while the counting takes place. As another example, they've intervened in a pending Supreme Court case involving Pennsylvania, but their lawyers are already there representing the Republican Party. So they're intervening one more time with the same legal team to duplicate a filing that's already taken place to give people the impression that something important is happening in the United States Supreme Court, but in fact, it's not. It's the same old case with the same parties lined up arguing the same issues. Nothing has changed. So let me just close by saying this strategy of disrupting the vote count, as you can tell by the efforts of election officials to continue to count, is doomed to fail. But in the background, the noise is fraud, irregularity, and the like, and the lawsuits and the disruptive behavior are all for that purpose of trying to get the vote counted, try to confuse the public about what's taking place. And we'll make sure the public is clear about what's taking place, and election officials operating under the law will make sure that the vote count continues. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob, and thanks, everyone. We're happy to take some questions.
We'll go to Hannah Trudeau first. Hannah, if you want to unmute yourself.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks for doing this. I'm wondering, Jen, if you can speak a little bit more in depth of why you feel as certain as you do about Arizona, and also curious if you've spoken or had any contact with the Trump campaign today.
Hey, Hannah. Yeah, so Arizona, we we felt good about all along. It wouldn't be a presentation if I didn't say that I'm bullish on Arizona. You know, look, we really understand that this is a race that we've been ahead. We expected it all along to be close. And as we look at the data that's outstanding, we see a number of Democratic counties that are yet to report. Maricopa, you know, as I said today, we do expect the margin to be closing. We knew that, and we had seen that even coming into election night after we started to see the results. So this is the trajectory that we have been headed. We will win by tens of thousands of votes, but that margin will close. And as I said, you know, Arizona and Nevada, I think there'll be some bounce throughout the day, and the margin will tighten, but that's what we've been expecting all along. And the only challenge with Arizona is the data. Now, if we understand it as we currently do in terms of timing, it could be tonight, and as well as Pima coming in tomorrow, and more of Maricopa tomorrow as well. So it might take a little bit longer to get there. We have not had contact throughout the day, and we're just plugging along with our focus on making sure the votes are counted and that we're pushing forward here.
We have Alex Jaffe next.
Hi guys, thanks for holding this call. Jen, I wanted to check in, since you are expressing confidence at the ultimate result of the election, if you guys have started ramping up transition planning, and if you can speak about sort of what that looks like imminently, what you're planning to announce in the coming days after the race is called, if it is called in your favor.
So the good thing is that I'm the campaign manager, and so what I'm focused on is getting these final votes done. You know, we're very focused on making sure the counting goes on. You know, the vice president is continuing to do the things that you know, he's been doing every step of the way, not losing sight of the fact that COVID cases are rising day after day in this country as well, and making sure that he's briefing on that. So we're going to just continue to focus on the campaign and closing out these final states.
We have Chris Smith next.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for talking. One for each of you. Jen, given where the counts are, is there a state you think is going to come in first and get you over 270? And Bob, we haven't seen, well, have you seen any evidence of the Attorney General, Bill Barr, getting involved in any of this maneuvering on Trump's side, and do you expect to see it?
So just to that first question, to be honest, I don't know. You know, I think that we are doing our best, like everyone else is, to get a sense of timing, you know, and monitoring that. You know, we will see more moving in a number of places this morning. Certainly we know from an Arizona standpoint, the current timing puts us into tomorrow. Pennsylvania has a large volume of ballots to still go through, so that will take some time. So at this stage, it's not clear, when that final count will come and the timing, and we're just going to stay close on all of them.
As for the Attorney General, no, we have not seen any indication of any kind of unusual or concerning activity there. There'd be no basis for the Department of Justice to become involved. The conduct of these elections is the responsibility of the states, and as we can all see, they're perfectly capable of conducting these counts and also of enforcing order. And indeed, that is what that's what they're charged with doing. So this is a state matter, not a matter for the Department of Justice. And
state, and as folks know, the vice president has been carrying very, very high margins with vote by mail in particular, and from communities like these. And so we expect that we will have a really strong showing today as the counting is underway. In terms of the states and optimism, look, I feel very, very good about all the states. I think North Carolina is a little bit tighter, a little bit tougher. We are looking for that moment in Pennsylvania and Georgia today where we see that ticker overtake Donald Trump. We think it's going to happen. But I'm confident in all four, bullish on all four of those states. I'm going to expand my statement on bullishness outside of Arizona, but we're very optimistic. And, we don't really care which state takes us over the top. We just want to keep going and make sure the counts get done. And as I said earlier, the counting is underway. We know that it's going to take a little bit of time, and we support that. And we're just going to stay calm and be patient. And at the end of the day, we'll be situated well, regardless of what those early states are, with the remainder of the ones in which take us over the top. So with that, I think we are going to conclude here. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. We'll keep staying in touch and being transparent as we learn more details. Really looking forward to the hours ahead of us and being together again with Joe Biden as our next president. Thank you all.
legal voters. It is unacceptable in this country to have illegal votes counted. And that is what's happening in the state of Nevada. We've asked Clark County for answers. They have no answers. They continue to count illegal votes. That is unacceptable, and it's giving legal people a sense that the system is corrupt. We have to have a system where legal votes are cast. What the Harry Reid machine has done is throw out recklessly ballots, and now they don't want us to check those ballots, and we are seeing discrepancies all over. We are asking Clark County to give us answers. All of your questions about the details are legitimate questions, and they should be asked of Clark County, because the Clark County officials are silent. They are not giving us any answers, and they continue to count these illegal votes. Ballots versus legal votes. That's what we're talking about. It is unacceptable in this country.
The presidency is literally in the breach. Both sides and all of you in the media, so that there is transparency, so that there's meaningful. That calls into question what those results will be. The idea in this country, the idea in America, that we would somehow reduce or limit the ability to have basic insurance that a ballot is a legal ballot, that a ballot is an acceptable ballot, that the person who voted, that we took minimal steps to match, for instance. Those types of guarantees need to be in the process. And so we have to understand that what's going on in Nevada impacts what's going on all across this country, which is the American people want to have confidence in the results that are coming out of Nevada. That will occur when we can make a case why every ballot is an acceptable, compliant ballot.
Let me do you want to introduce these two, or we can have them introduce themselves? These are individuals who have stories of discrepancy. If you want to state your name and briefly what happened.
Okay.
And we won't take any questions, but you can step up and go right there.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Jill Stokey. I went to vote and was told I already voted. I pursued the matter, and in years past I always voted in person. This time they mailed out the ballot and somebody took my ballot. They also took the ballot of my roommate. I was told by the interviewer from Channel 8, when I said, did other people do this? He said, yes. He said, you're the first double. Thank you.
For us, please.
S is in Sam, T is in Tom, O-K-K-E.
Good morning. I'm Chris Padome. I'm going to give my account what happened. I was here, actually been here for quite a bit, and was here with members of the Trump campaign, and came in a media capacity to information on election night, and unfortunately was stereotyped in that regard, and you can take for that what you may, and was not able to obtain any type of access by any means, and got a little bit, I guess you can say assertive or aggressive is the word, so to speak. And the question was asked at 1:30 in the morning, why are you here? And our response was, well, it's election night. That's why we're here, and you guys are obviously counting ballots. And it was unique because they said they had an hour and a half left of counting to do. A few moments later, we were asked to leave. Well, I find it ironic we were asked to leave within 10 to 12 minutes when they said they had an hour and a half of counting left to do. And clearly that was an attack, I think, on any type of conservative media or any individual or entity that wanted to have access and cover. And we find it very unique that other outlets are able to have full access, but we were not given any type of access whatsoever. And they question the validity of my background, or any type of media, any type of experience whatsoever. So that was my personal account, and that's it.
So what media were you representing, Chris?
Let me just say this. All of your questions are very good, and they should be asked of Clark County. We don't have access to the information. They are not giving us access to the ballots. The publicly available information raises a lot of questions, and yet we are not getting answers just like you. We're not going to take any more questions today, and I will say that we will have more to say at the end of the day after we file.
Any evidence, sir?
So all you have to do is ask your questions of Clark County,
But they're not filing
and we will make sure that we continue the pressure on them too. Thank you very much.
Sacks of votes. We talked about the presidency. There are sacks of votes.
We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump. We want Trump.
Okay, well that concludes that quite extraordinary news conference held by the Trump campaign team, in which they announced their intention to lodge a lawsuit in Nevada. They're saying that they warned that Nevada could be a hotspot, and the election system there, they're bringing that into question. They're saying that for the first time mail-in ballots were used, which is something that they allege is not normal procedure, and said that people were getting up to as many as 18 ballots to their home, one home receiving as many as 18 ballots. And Cordelia, they brought out examples of people that could show that there was a glitch in the system with that woman there, Jill Stokey, who was denied access to vote. She was told that somebody else had already voted when she went to vote.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is their attempt to start presenting what they believe is evidence of fraud. You know, you heard a whole string of things being alleged there. Ballots found in trash cans, rubbish bins, as we know in England. Dead voters counted, people getting 18 ballots to their homes. They complain about not being able to observe signatures on ballots. They say they firmly believe that voters have been counted that aren't in fact proper voters, but we didn't in that press conference get anything like any detailed evidence. You heard reporters there trying to ask Matt Schlapp, who's a strong supporter of Donald Trump, if they could do that for them. We will have to wait and see. But look, the reason that Nevada is important, it's only got 6 electoral college votes, but if Joe Biden can go over the line in Nevada in combination with Georgia, for instance, today or tomorrow, then that would be enough to get him to 270. And their concern is obviously with this place called Clark County. Now, Clark County skews heavily Democrat, so it would suggest to me that they're worried with these remaining votes that well, as they say, the presidency hangs in the balance, and that ultimately Nevada could deliver a decisive win for Joe Biden, a defeat for the president, and they're doing all they can to throw their teams at this. But just 20 minutes or so ago, we heard, didn't we, from the Biden camp, from Bob Bauer, who's Biden's lawyer, campaign advisor as well. He said these allegations that we now continue to hear across multiple states, be it in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in Nevada today, he said they are meritless, they're silliness, they're intended to disrupt the vote count. He says it's doomed to fail, and that the courts and election officials will see through it.
And he also said that they're intended to plant the seed of doubt in the public's minds, and also throw out this whole sense of confusion. And once the seed is planted, then people will run with that theory that there has been electoral fraud wide scale.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do by setting up this hotline. We heard from the Trump campaign on a phone call today that they're kind of encouraging people to get in touch with their stories of alleged fraud. But, you know, it keeps coming back to the fact and history precedent, what we have seen before. There is no evidence ever of widespread fraud in America. But this has been a narrative that Donald Trump has continued to tout. Now, it's interesting looking at some of the court cases that they're bringing. In Georgia, for instance, it includes 57 absentee ballots that they're questioning. Now, yeah, Georgia is really, really tight. But these kind of numbers, you know, this is not thousands of people, and Joe Biden has leads in some of these states by multiple thousands. So we will have to wait and see the response. They think they've had a massive victory in Pennsylvania because they're able now to observe the counting. But the wind is in Joe Biden's favor in some of these key states, and I think that's why you'll see the Trump campaign piling in increasingly. We're going to continue to hear these press conferences, the president's surrogates, some very familiar faces to me, the likes of Corey Lewandowski, Matt Schlapp, his great advocates on the airwaves here, are just going all in, trying to fight to the death and tell the American public you cannot trust American democracy. What I'd be interested to see is what the senior Republican leadership are going to say about this. They've all been pretty quiet on the issue. There are some briefings that I'm getting that there is disquiet. They don't like that the president at this critical moment is completely undermining American democracy. But, you know, they're not saying that out loud. Perhaps they might going forward, but in the next 24 hours, this is ultimately critical. I think no one wants to hand victory to the Democrats. So they're sort of tacitly supporting this legal fight.
But might it be the case that behind closed doors, the Republican Party at large are advising the president against going down this litigious route? Because, as you say, some of the votes that they're asking for recount, it's not really going to make a difference anyway.
No, I mean, when you look at history and recounts, you know, we've seen in Florida, yeses came down to around 500, a huge spotlight. This isn't Florida in 2000. It's not Bush and Al Gore. We're talking about much bigger gaps than, for instance, even Donald Trump won in 2016 against Hillary Clinton. Biden is expanding the lead in a far greater way. So it's a really uphill battle for them. But we knew coming into this that it wasn't America's future at stake solely. American democracy is on the ballot. And what you're seeing in multiple states is this really kind of defiant, positive messaging from a lot of the governors, a lot of the people involved in the election system and processing, saying, hang on a minute, we are working every hour. You can trust us. Accuracy is key. That's why we're taking time. Stick with us. Be patient. We're getting that same narrative from the Biden camp as well. Donald Trump, though, completely at odds, as he always has been. Just to give a kind of update on where we are with this race. Now, both sides are spinning this. Of course, both men have a path to victory right now. Donald Trump's is much narrower. He kind of needs to win everything. The Biden camp say they think they've won Wisconsin. They've won Pennsylvania. They seem to suggest that they might get that win in Pennsylvania today. That's 20 electoral votes that would push him over the line. He would win the presidency if he can do that today. They also think they're going to win Arizona. A margin that's a bit narrower, they say, in Georgia. They believe that's a real toss-up, but they're hopeful. So look, that would all result in a pretty clear sweep across the board. There you have Donald Trump's team in all the states saying, stop the count, stop the count. They think they're winning in Nevada. They think they're winning in Arizona and Pennsylvania as well. Just to point out, if they were to stop the vote in Nevada and Arizona right now, Joe Biden would win and he'd be president.
And just back to the Biden campaign, they're saying that they're confident that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. The only area they seem to be a little bit more reserved about is North Carolina, where they were saying that that's very tight. They're staying on top of the data, but it's a bit tougher than all the others.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, one of the things we were looking out for with North Carolina is places like Charlotte, which is kind of part of this research triangle, as they know it as, full of increasing numbers of college-educated voters. It's more demographically diverse of late. There's more Latino, African-American voters that have this election definitely been leaning towards Joe Biden in big numbers. But yeah, I got that sense from the Biden team. They don't really think they're going to get North Carolina, but they don't need it. I mean, you know, looking at big numbers, if indeed they are right on some of this, they do expect lots of the gap with Donald Trump to narrow rather than close throughout the day, maybe better results this evening. So this isn't kind of bombast talk from them. They're not talking about huge victory margins.
But they are saying they're expecting Joe Biden to be president.
Yeah, for sure. Indisputably, they think they've got this in the bag. The question in their minds is obviously whether they get that today, this evening, or tomorrow. But a firm messaging there that they think this will be over by Friday evening. For sure.
The message there quite loud and clear. Joe Biden is going to win, they said, but it will take time. And with all of these litigious moves from the Trump campaign, you can see why, although they don't actually literally stop the process, do they?
No, they can't stop the process in that way. I mean, they are making attempts to order recounts. Now, that is likely that those will be granted. We've seen them before in Wisconsin. I was speaking to voters yesterday saying, yeah, they had these, but it didn't shift the dial in any way. In terms of actually halting the process, though, that's a whole nother very complicated legal scenario, because a lot of the state officials are saying these ballots were received in legal time. You know, we got them, they were post-marked on the right date for Election Day. We always said we need these 2 to 3 days to go through, maybe longer in some places. We got, I think, November the 12th as the cut-off point in North Carolina, if I recall correctly. So they say stick with it. It's at loggerheads, some desperate 11th hour efforts by the Trump campaign to try and stop what looks like a bit of a sliding trajectory for him at this point.
Indeed, Courtney, for the moment, thank you very much. Well, lawsuits are flying left, right and centre here in the United States, but still the counting continues and we're waiting for those vital 5 states to come in with their final results. Of course, we'll keep you updated throughout the day here from Washington, but for the moment, it's back to you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Gillian. A busy day on both sides of the Atlantic. Boris Johnson due to hold a news conference any minute now. That on the first day of lockdown, of course, the new lockdown. Also on the day that the Chancellor has announced an extension of the furlough scheme. But the Prime Minister will be with Sir Simon Stevens, the Chief Executive of the NHS in England. Not clear that any new measures are
We have a long way to go before this election is officially over, but we could have a winner any day now. Hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. Glad to be with you as the world is watching Decision 2020 on NBC News Now. There are many more steps to formally complete this election, including certifying and reporting
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. I'm Rob Pitts. I chair the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County. I'm delighted that you're all here with us this afternoon. In short, this will conclude this portion of the absentee ballot process in Fulton County, with the exception of approximately 1,200 what we call cured absentee ballots. I want to first thank the Atlanta Hawks for allowing us to use this magnificent facility. They've been partners of ours, great partners. I also want to thank all of our volunteers, and in particular Ms. Shay Moss, who is here, who's been working and coordinating what all of these people have been doing throughout this process. It's been pleasing for us. Our goal early on was to ensure that the voters in Fulton County had a pleasing, pleasant, easy voting experience on November 3rd, and we accomplished that. Were there a few issues regarding absentee ballots? Certainly, but we rose to the occasion and accomplished what we wanted to accomplish, so that I believe that what we have here in Fulton County now will be a blueprint for other jurisdictions to use as they figure out how to handle elections. I'm joined this afternoon by one of my colleagues, Commissioner Joe Karn, our county manager, and the man of the hour, Mr. Richard Barron, who is our Director of Registration and Elections. And before Mr. Barron comes up and gives you a few more details, when we first began looking at November 3rd, based upon the challenges that we faced back in June, we knew that we had work to do. And we put a team together, an internal team, external team, and it's been a really a great example of how we do things in Fulton County, Georgia. And I could not be more pleased with the results that we have here today. Nor, though, could I have ever imagined that Fulton County, Georgia would mean at this point in time, at this moment in history, what it appears to be with respect to the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. So I'm excited to be here, and thank you all for being here with us this afternoon. With that, I'd like to ask Mr. Richard Barron, our Director of Registration and Elections, to go into more detail about the process and where we are at this point in time. Mr. Barron.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see everyone here. So far we've counted 145,748 ballots, so we will be sending those over shortly. We also will be processing 3,610 provisional ballots by tomorrow, and if we receive any military overseas ballots, we'll do that. We also have approximately 1,200 cured ballots that were signature mismatches that we went through the extra research. We went to the original voter registration applications, and so those qualified, and we will be doing those this afternoon, and then that will conclude all of the absentee process for us. Once all of that goes over to our English Street warehouse, of course I've talked to everyone about the vote review panel. Vote review panel, once the scans go through, they look at voter intent on any ballots that are flagged and determine how the voter wanted to vote. And the Fulton County Republican Party, Fulton County Democratic Party appoint members to the vote review panels. The other thing I'd like to echo Chairman Pitts's thanks to the Atlanta Hawks for everything that they've done for us. We started working with them in June after the June primary, and we've been working with them ever since. We had a fantastic early voting this time. We voted more than 315,000 early voters, and the Hawks were a big portion of that. They never had any lines here. They could process so many voters. So I just want to thank Mr. Coonan and the owner of the Hawks and all of their staff who are a joy to work with. I also need to thank my staff because they've worked tirelessly since the end of probably, I guess it was, well, before March, before that election was canceled during early voting. And they've been through a lot. We've had 28 COVID infections now this year. We lost a member of our staff in the spring. And we just had somebody else test positive yesterday. So that was a major challenge for us this year. But we were able to come through this November election even with those 25 COVID infections in our warehouse. And we had a good, solid election day. And so I can take any questions. Or do you want to say anything, Dick? No? Okay.
How many votes still need to be posted on the website to be part of the tally?
So we've posted, I believe it was 138,000, I think 646. That's the number that's in my head. If you go to our website, you can see if that's the accurate number. Those have been through ballot adjudication, so the remainder will go on there. I've got 145,748 that I just counted on the scanners, and there will probably be another 1,200 added to that for the vote review panel this afternoon.
So that's about at least 7,000 more votes that need to be posted.
Yes, that's accurate.
I just want to clarify, the votes that are posted online and will be posted today, those are all absentee. That does not include any overseas military.
Well, there are overseas military in that count, yes, but we have up until tomorrow at 5 p.m. to receive overseas and military ballots.
How many overseas and military are included? Do you happen to know?
Well, we don't know what we're going to receive, so.
How many have you received that are counted?
When we receive them, they get put in with all the other ballots, so we don't keep a separate track of them.
When is the deadline for those overseas military ballots?
That's at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Close the business. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You cannot accept to join Clark County, just like any city. Wi-Fi.
So you got it?
No, I'm gonna see if mine works. Well, you're gonna get to mine, but I'm not sure you're gonna get much signal. But you have my phone.
Hey there, I'm Philip M. Bailey, and today we're doing a special States of America live to unpack everything unfolding in this nail-biter election. First up, Washington Bureau Chief Susan Page and 2020 elections editor Anna Ashbrenner. Hey, y'all, how you doing?
Hey, great to be with you, Philip.
Doing all right.
Good, good, good. Well, Susan, let me begin with you. Joe Biden has been running for president since 1988, right? He's on the cusp of, winning the White House. You've been covering him for years. What's his feeling right now? Is it anxiety, vindication, a little bit of maybe relief?
And in fact, I covered Biden events in that very brief 1988 campaign that he waged. Look at what Joe Biden did on Sunday. He went to church, which he often does on Sundays, and then he visited the grave of his son, Beau. Beau had urged his father to run for president the last time around in 2016 before he died of a brain tumor. And his father decided then that he wasn't up for doing that. And I think watch base with Beau as for the election. I was struck yesterday when Joe Biden came out and spoke briefly to reporters, where he didn't claim victory, but he talked about the approaching victory that he expects to have and the role he wants to play as not a president, not just of Democrats, but also of Republicans, of Americans generally. So I think the kind of weight of the office is something that Joe Biden is feeling these days.
Anna, let me switch gears with you here. How did we get here, first of all? Give us the basics of where the states still are in terms of counting.
Sure. So we're basically looking at 3 states to kind of make the decision here. Joe Biden's at 264 electoral votes if you include Arizona, which we at USA Today do. The Associated Press has called that for Arizona. There is some debate about what will happen in Arizona with their 11 electoral votes, but the AP has said they stood by that call. So where it stands, we're looking at counting in Georgia, we're looking at counting in Nevada and Pennsylvania today. Any of those states, if they go for Joe Biden, will put him over the 270 electoral college votes that he needs to become president. Outstanding states out there that haven't declared a winner are also North Carolina and Alaska. Both are expected to support President Trump. But right now, though Trump is leading in Pennsylvania as they count the outstanding absentee ballots that are being counted now, which could not start being counted until Election Day, are coming in heavily favoring Joe Biden. So it's expected that he will probably flip the numbers there and start taking the lead over President Trump. In Georgia and Nevada, it's just still super close. I think both of those places are close to maybe about 10,000 votes between them. So that's where we stand at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Right. This one's for either of you. Now, if President Trump is on the verge of losing, what is his tactic here? What does he have left to draw out as far as cards to play? Is it lawsuits, perhaps calling on GOP allies, whether Republican governors in certain states, or maybe asking supporters to rally at those count locations? What options does he have left?
Well, we've seen him exercise that legal option. Of course, the president has often been someone who turned to the courts as a businessman and since taking office. And so he's filed lawsuits in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Arizona, trying in some places to stop the count if it's a state where he's ahead, and other places to keep the count going if it's a state where he's behind. So a somewhat inconsistent legal message there. Legal scholars tell us that these cases do not seem to be well grounded in the law. They don't expect them to succeed, but they do 2 things. They slow things down, right? They're a delaying tactic. And secondly, they give the president the ability, perhaps, to make an argument that, well, he really won the election. It was stolen from him by fraud, even though Joe Biden is certified as the victor. Both those options, I think, are possible motivations for what we see the president doing.
Anna, what do you think on that?
Yeah, I think Susan's spot on. We just got a statement from the president's campaign, an all caps statement where the president said, "I win if they count the legal votes, but I lose if they count the illegal votes." And that was, I think, 2-sentence statement in all caps. He has looked to the court.
We all know when you put something in all caps, it makes it more poignant.
Very forceful. He turned to the courts before Election Day as well. There were lawsuits about deadlines for absentee ballots when counting was acceptable and when it was not. We've heard some messaging around, postmarks on absentee ballots and those types of things. So I think right now it's sort of rooted in some of those lawsuits and the sort of legal maneuvering. But I think, like Susan said, they have had some that were tossed just for being meritless at this point. But that's, I think, the main path right now that he's taking.
Do either of you see the president ever bringing himself to concede this race? If things continue to go the trend, I mean, clearly between the two candidates, he has the harder pathway to 270. I don't care how much he puts his press releases in all caps and how many exclamation points he puts behind them. I mean, he's the one who has the harder time getting to 270. Mm-hmm. If he's not able to, do you see him conceding at all in this?
Let me just make the point that it doesn't matter whether the president concedes or not. It doesn't matter if a candidate claims victory prematurely or refuses to concede. It's up to the states to certify what happens in their elections. And these media calls that we depend so much on, they don't have any weight either. They're a guidance for voters. They don't count legally. So it's important to keep that in mind, that while we pay a lot of attention to whether a candidate concedes, it's not a necessary step to have the election be settled. I think it's hard for the president to concede defeat. He talked about that himself in one of his last campaign events, about how winning is easy, but losing is hard, at least for me. That is in a way, a kind of poignant statement. So we'll see if he's able to do that. I know that that Hillary Clinton delayed a bit in 2016 before she called and conceded to Donald Trump, but she did make that call. So there is that precedent for the president if he finds himself in that situation.
Right, and how you lose is also a test of character more than anything else. We've had bitter elections before, right? I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, 2012, we saw super PACs on the Democratic side accuse Mitt Romney of killing a woman, right? But boarding up businesses seemed, at least to me, unusual. I want both of you to sort of give me a macro perspective here. What toll is this taking on the country, in our electoral system, for the Postal Service? What has this election taken away from the country, if anything?
I think people are exhausted on both sides of the aisle. I think, I've sort of likened it to PTSD in a way. We have been through a lot this year with protests during the summer and continuing the coronavirus pandemic. People have lost loved ones. And then on top of that, with some of the just deep political divisions and deep, divide on a lot of these issues, people have lost, family members and friends to this debate. So I do think that there is potentially a great mental health crisis around the corner for us, honestly, because this has just been a lot. And that's not to mention even just the stress that this is putting on our institutions like the Postal Service, county election offices and those places. It's just a lot.
Right. Susan, what do you think about that?
I think we've seen just a huge erosion over several years in trust in public institutions of all sorts, in the government, in the news media, in our election system. And if the president continues with lawsuits, says the election was rigged, blames that for a loss if he does end up losing, that will contribute to the continued erosion of faith in institutions. That is a serious thing in a democracy. I do think that two good things have happened with this election. One, came off pretty smoothly, no incidents of violence, maybe because so many people voted early. It was easier for people who chose to vote on election day. Second thing is the turnout numbers are really stunning. We're seeing likely record turnout, record in terms of the number of votes cast, and possibly we'll see a record in modern times for the percentage of the eligible voters having actually cast ballots. That is been a tough year, been a tough election, but that is a good thing.
Right. And also, shout out to the poll workers and folks who are counting these votes and working the polls this year, doing so in the middle of a pandemic. Big shout out to them. Susan Page, Washington Bureau Chief here at USA Today, and Anna Ashbrenner, our 2020 elections editor. Thank you all for joining us here on States of America.
Hey, thank you, Philip.
Thanks.
All right. So you asked, we answered, States of America style. This is when we here at States of America go to social media to ask you, our viewers, what questions you had and where to answer them. And here to answer them is congressional correspondent Nicholas Wu. Nick, my man, how are you?
Philip, good to see you. How are you doing?
Good to see you too, brother. How are things? Let me ask first, let's start with Steph from Chicago. wants to put you on the spot. Why do Maine and Nebraska have split electoral votes? Why do we see one electoral vote going for one candidate and the rest going for the others in those two states?
That's a really good question, and something that's not immediately obvious in the way our system works. So in most states across the country, the winner takes all the electoral votes in each state. But Maine and Nebraska do things a little bit differently. Both of them have state laws on the books that allot their electoral votes based on the congressional districts of the state. So what we've seen so far in this race is that this allows, even as the whole state goes for one candidate, the individual congressional district to go for either Trump or Biden. So in Maine, the entire state gave its votes to Biden, but it's one of its congressional districts gave an electoral vote to Trump. And in Nebraska, the whole state went for Trump, but one congressional district went for Biden. So this allows them to break down the process of democracy a little bit more.
Right. Chris wants to ask via text, have all non-mail-in votes been counted? Remember, we've had so many different people vote in so many different ways, Nick. Have all the non-mail-in votes been counted? That's
a good question, too. Again, that's something that really depends on the state. So even though several media outlets have covered state races across the country, they're still counting ballots. But let's just look at the states that have not been called yet. So say in Nevada, they've counted all of their in-person ballots so far that were cast leading up to and on Election Day. But what they're counting now are mail ballots that are coming in immediately after Election Day, but are postmarked on Election Day, or were received on Election Day. Or they're also counting what are called provisional ballots, which are a kind of ballot that you can cast if for some reason your voting eligibility is questioned on Election Day.
Now, Mohammed also wants to know, he asked us, is it legal and permitted for a candidate to declare herself the winner when the vote counting is still going on and no news outlet or the Electoral Board or Commission has announced any winner?
There is no law against that. I mean, we've seen President Trump declare victory both in speeches and on Twitter, but this is something that ultimately news organizations and tech platforms make calls on themselves in terms of how they cover that call of victory. So Twitter, for example, has taken the step of limiting the distribution of President Trump's tweets declaring victory. It's declaring victory is one thing, but actually counting the ballots and legally declaring a winner and certifying election results is something else altogether.
Well, thank you very much, Nick Wu, our congressional correspondent for USA Today. Get back to work, man. Georgia on my mind. The race for president is really close in the Deep South. Here to talk about that is Raina Cash, executive editor of Savannah Morning News. Hey, girl.
Hey, Philip.
How are you? We both worked at the Courier Journal together, so we know each other quite well, actually. Raina, let me ask you, we have around 61,000 votes that are still uncounted as Trump lead in Georgia dwindles to about, last I checked, 14,000 or so votes. First important question is, where are those uncounted votes coming from, and why does that matter?
Actually, we're now down to about 50,000 votes, Philip, 50,000 absentee ballots that are still out. And the majority of those are coming from where I am right now in Chatham County, which is Savannah, Georgia, and Fulton County in Atlanta. And both of those are largely Democratic footholds there.
So we can see a situation here where I guess Atlanta could be deciding the presidential race.
That's right. I mean, between Fulton, DeKalb, and Cobb County, Gwinnett County, that whole Atlanta, metro Atlanta area, it probably will come down to that. They worked in Fulton County through the night. They began the day around 10:30 this morning. They had a little over 11,000 more ballots to be counted still. And then here in Chatham, going a little bit slower because of how the system here is structured.
Right. Now, in a state as conservative as Georgia is known to be, there's been some pushback. Tell me right now, Raina, what's the status of the lawsuits around vote counting in Georgia?
Well, here in Savannah, just here within the last hour, in fact, there was a lawsuit filed last night, and that case has been dismissed. There was no evidence that there was sort of a mixing of late ballots and on-time ballots. And the judge spent just a little time on that case before dismissing it. And so that could be what we see happening in other places around Georgia as well.
Right. Now, Raina, how much credit should we be giving Black women, African-American women, particularly someone like Stacey Abrams, who founded the New Georgia Project back in 2013? How much credit does she and African-American women need to be giving credit for making Georgia a competitive state?
Yeah, Stacey Abrams also has the Fair Fight campaign here, where she is fighting for folks to get out to vote. And they were very active, very, very engaged. I think a lot of credit can go to her, even if the Democrats don't win, just for making this a legitimate swing state and not so solidly red. It's coming down to the wire. And Stacey Abrams, her efforts, the efforts of her team, Black women here moving into pushing this campaign into the suburbs, where in Atlanta, suburbs doesn't mean all white. You know, it's a very diverse population. And so they've done a great deal of work sort of to level the playing field.
Now, Georgia was one of the states that was covered by the historic Voting Rights Act of 1965. That was obviously changed by the Supreme Court in recent years. Tell me, as someone who's in the Deep South right now, what does this mean historically, particularly for Black voters, this particular election being so close in the shadow of sort of the changes to the Civil Rights Act?
Yeah, so the Voting Rights Act, sure. So it's, you know, I think for Black Georgians, this means that, you know, you have a voice and you can make a difference. And, you know, even Stacey Abrams came so very close to winning the gubernatorial race here a couple of years ago. And so there are inroads being made. And, you know, it used to be sort of like Atlanta, and then there's Georgia. But and you know, we're seeing that throughout the map, the red and the blue map. But I think you see sort of that blue wave moving out into other parts of Georgia as well. And that has a great deal to do with the African-American vote here in the state.
Right. And both folks who were born in Georgia and who migrated there. I know, for example, my cousin was big on moving to Georgia in the 1990s, as a lot of people my age's cousins were, who wanted to go to Atlanta.
It was the Mecca, right? This was the Black Mecca.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Let me ask you as a final question. You may have answered this partially already. Should we now consider Georgia a purple state in the way that we saw Virginia become a purple state in recent years?
I don't think there's a question about that at this point. This was, we saw it coming during the Stacey Abrams campaign, but I think now it is solidly a purple state. And I don't see this, the clock sort of winding back. If anything, it'll just get deeper and deeper. And the demographics of this state has changed. And you're going to continue to see this. It's a less white state. There's still a lot of rural pockets here, obviously, but even in those rural areas, there's diversity, and I think that's where Abrams and her group, they put some of their efforts into those parts of Georgia that probably perhaps had been forgotten about. And so what you're seeing now, this state becoming purple, or is purple now, I think it will be this way for some time to come.
Right. Well, Raina Cash, my old colleague at the Courier-Journal in Louisville, now running things down there in Savannah. I hear you, girl. Thanks for joining us here.
Thank you.
Well, everyone, thanks for joining us. We'll be back live tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Susan Page will be your host at that point. Remember, you can send your questions to youasked@usatoday.com. Also to our Facebook group, Across the Aisle, Across the Nation. Now we're going to go to a press conference in Nevada where things are really, really tight. See you soon.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here this morning. I want to start off by making a request, please. Parking is very limited in this facility, and obviously we're very concentrated on trying to make sure staff can get out of here safely and continue to count ballots. So keep in mind that we're going to be adding security at all of our entrances, and we'll only be granting access to those who are approved members of the media, members of my staff, and those individuals who have business with the election department. So please keep that in mind. The purpose of being here this morning is to get some clarification on exactly what the work is that's being done here in Clark County to get the votes counted accurately. I have counts now on what we received from the election day drop-offs, the U.S. Postal Service on election day and yesterday, and also some additional ballots that we have pending because we have to stop processing to begin getting ready for election day support. So on election day at the drop-off locations at all vote centers on the election department, there were 34,743 ballots dropped off. The U.S. Postal Service, as of election day and yesterday, brought to us 4,208 ballots, and there were 24,311 ballots that were pending when we stopped processing to get ready for election day. So that brings us to a total of 63,262. Today, staff is preparing to count and has already begun counting a little over 51,000 ballots that will be reported tomorrow prior to my 10 a.m. brief. It's important that everybody understand that there are also additional ballots that are pending outside of what I just described. So I'm briefly going to go through those. The provisional ballots that were cast during the early voting on election day. The first announcement that I need to make is that the posting that was placed on our website on election night and yesterday was incorrect. We determined that our tabulation software was incorrectly duplicating those records, and so the 120,000 that you may have seen on our website is an incorrect number. That has been corrected, and the post that is out on our website now at www.clarkcountynv.gov/vote is correct, and those provisional ballots number a little over 60,000. We have to coordinate very closely with the Secretary of State. We are a bottom-up, not a top-down voter registration jurisdiction, and so all 17 counties need to send information to the Secretary because there's not one single database that we all draw from. We all have our own. And so in coordinating with the Secretary of State, we're awaiting instructions from them on when to send our provisional listing up to them, because we need to make absolutely certain that nobody who's casted a provisional ballot here in Clark County has done so in another county. So we're waiting instructions from them on when to send that report so we can make that verification. Staff is still currently working on all of those provisional ballots to make determinations as to whether the voter was eligible to cast that provisional ballot. That work will be ready once we notify the Secretary of State, and it is an automated process to pass those provisional ballots into the tabulation system. We have a group of voters who are ID required for one reason or another. The deadline for those voters to get back to us is Friday, November 6th at 5 p.m. So that is another group of ballots that we will need to put into the system once they have come in to provide their ID. The U.S. mail will continue to deliver. So starting tomorrow through next Tuesday, which is the last day for us to receive a mail ballot that's been postmarked November 3rd, we will continue to receive mail. So again, those ballots are also separate from what I previously reported. The cure process in Nevada, which is statutorily required for those voters who have been notified that they either did not sign their ballot or their signature did not match in our system. They have until Thursday, November 12th to cure that ballot. The last day that we can tabulate and send ballots into the system is November 12th. So that night we will stay here until we are done entering ballots into the system, because statute clearly tells us that we must be done counting by that day. With that information, we hope that I've clarified a lot of the questions. We are anticipating to have the bulk of our mail ballot that have been received into the system by Saturday or Sunday. Those ballots that are coming in through the U.S. mail or that are being cured will be a small number, and we will continue to put those in. But the bulk of our ballots we're hoping will be read by Saturday or Sunday this weekend. And again, we won't complete until November 12th with all of those other ballots that service accepted. So with that information, I've got a short period of time here where I can answer some questions from you. Go ahead. My response is that we are not aware of any improper ballots that are being processed. Not directly that I'm aware of.
And there's also some concerns that Clark County is counting relatively slowly at such pace. Is that the case here? Are you counting faster than 2016?
I think it's important for the entire country to understand that mail ballots on this scale is very new to the state of Nevada. We made a decision here to provide as much access as we possibly could as a result of the pandemic, and so our processes run a little bit slower. We also have to make sure that our data is being updated because we need to prevent people from voting twice in the system. And so we have to scan those in as mail received so that it updates the database so our in-person voters can't have voted twice. We're still receiving information from our election day laptops. That'll be complete today. And we're going to update and make sure that all of the information was downloaded from all 1,300 of those laptops that were used on election day, to make sure that the automated system will reject mail ballots for somebody who has voted on election day. So, our goal here in Clark County is not to count fast. We want to make sure that we're being accurate. The results in the state of Nevada obviously are going to be very important to the entire country, and that is our number one goal.
What's the outstanding number? One more time, the outstanding number?
Let's just put through the whole thing.
What's the total? What is the total?
Well, I went through a long process. How about we get together
So how
after
about
this?
this? Why is it taking so long if you can count 70,000 a day?
I think I just answered that question.
You said deliberately, but if you have the capacity, why aren't you doing it?
Because they're not available, sir. There are many steps in the process. So the first process is that we run it through our Agilus machine. Then there are 2 manual processes. Then it goes to the county board, and then it goes to tabulation.
Sir, you talked about over 60,000 ballots that are outstanding.
I need you to speak up, sir. I can't hear you.
You talked about over 60,000 ballots that were outstanding, and you said that 51,000 have already been counted, and that tomorrow you'll give this information before your 10 a.m. read. But if they're already counted, why give the information tomorrow?
I did not say they were already counted. I said today the staff is prepared to count 51,000 ballots that are ready to be counted today. Those will be reported tomorrow at 10 a.m. Right there, next to you.
You said there are more than 60,000 provisional
Folks,
ballots.
I really need you all to speak up. I cannot hear you.
Of the more than 60,000 provisional ballots, does that include the number that need their ID certified by Friday, or is that a separate number? I didn't hear a number for ID.
Those are separate, and that's why I listed in my statement that those are separate from the numbers that are reported first.
What is that number, though, ID required?
I don't have that number.
Mr. Gore, to summarize and help us along, how many ballots will left to count?
That's a number that I can't give you. I can't predict to you what's going to come through the U.S. mail. So I deliberately went through all of these numbers, and I was hoping that you all would take the information that I'm providing. But there's a set number of ballots that we know are available to be processed, and that's the 63,000. Then I mentioned all of the other additional ballots. So we plan to be able to have counted the majority of our mail ballots by Saturday or Sunday, and then all of those other ballots that were statutorily limited, I can't count all the mail ballots that I have now, and we have to continue to accept them until Tuesday, November 10th.
To repeat the numbers so that we were clear, it was 63262.
That's correct.
You said I talked to Jill Stokey, a longtime Clark County resident. She said that when she went to vote in person last week, she was told her mail ballot had been returned. An election official later told her her signature had been accepted on that ballot, but she said she didn't receive her mail ballot, let alone sign it. Is it possible that someone else successfully returned her ballot?
I personally dealt with Ms. Stone. She brought the claim to me, we reviewed the ballot, and in our opinion, it's her signature. We also gave her an opportunity to provide a statement. If she wanted to object to that, provide a challenge to that, she refused to do so. A member of the Nevada Secretary of State's Office investigation team also interviewed her, and they had no issue with the assistance that we tried to give them.
Do you think she's lying?
I have nothing else to comment on that. Next question.
Joe, you were interrupted during your press conference yesterday. There were rallies outside of the building yesterday evening. Are you concerned with your own safety, the safety of your staff, and what is being done to protect you?
I can tell you that my wife and my mother are very concerned for me, but we have security here. We have law enforcement who are protecting us. I am concerned for the safety of my staff. We're putting measures into place to make sure that we have the security that's necessary. Again, we're going to begin to monitor the vehicles as they come in to make sure that they should be here and that they're parking properly so that we don't prevent our employees from having an issue getting in and out of the facility. But I feel safe. We're going to be okay. We're going to continue to count. We will not allow anyone to stop us from doing what our duty is in counting ballots.
Mr. Burr,
yes, right there.
What would you say to those who are coming to put it down the whole process, saying that you changed law? The state changed the rules when they decided to mail ballots to every registered elector of Nevada, and that was a violation of the old rules. Plus, that they cannot be allowed to observe closely all the counting and the process to count.
The first part of your question relates to action that was taken by the Nevada legislature. I don't make policy, I'm simply an administrator. So the Nevada legislature acted in the summer, and we carried through exactly what they prescribed for us to do. As far as your second issue, that issue's been litigated, and the judge ruled in our favor.
So, I have two questions.
Louder.
Do you have any reports of people voting twice already?
Those are reports that we're going to generate after the election once we start getting ready to do our canvass. So that's information that I'll have available once we've done all of our work, counted all the ballots. And if we have enough proof, we will definitely going out to arrest these people because those are obviously illegal actions. But that's an activity that needs to take place once we've done counting and getting the canvass done.
And so the ballots that still need to be counted or ID needs to come in, how those people get notified that they have this deadline to come in to fix whatever the issue?
Most of these voters have been notified and they actually voted because they voted provisionally and were told they didn't have the ID that they needed in order to do that. These are also mail ballot voters who were also notified that they needed to provide an ID on the envelope that's sent out to them and they failed to do so. So they've been notified and the deadline is tomorrow at 5 p.m. I know that there are several people who are working to actively reach out to those voters and try to help them get into that ID. There was a question.
Yeah.
Yes, right there.
How many people are part of this? You mentioned around over 300 of them. How many hours are being invested in this daily basis?
It depends on the status of our mail ballot process. We are running shifts in certain areas, so we work anytime varying from 5 a.m. up to 10 or 11 o'clock at night. We don't run the 24-hour shifts that you see running in other states because the work that comes through on the mail ballot process is very deliberate as it moves forward, and so we complete the work that's done in each stage, and then the next day it carries forward to the next. Again, I emphasize, what I'm trying to report here is that Clark County looks like we'll be able to count the majority of our mail ballots by Saturday or Sunday. However, there are other ballots, as a result of statutory requirements, we'll have to continue to read that we have to take ballots until next Tuesday. Absolutely. I will be here at 10 a.m. until we're done. We're going to coincide with the Secretary of State. I think it's very important that as a state, all 17 of the counties are working to coordinate with the Secretary, who's our Chief Election Officer. So she has reported that she put out today at 9, we followed suit. We reported today. If the Secretary makes a decision not to report from here on out, we are going to have to report. So if we have results to report, we will do it on a daily basis, as I mentioned. We're going to do a 10 a.m. brief to give you all an opportunity to ask questions. and our update should be posted prior to that briefing. Right there. Any individual who had an issue with their mail ballot should have contacted us prior to Election Day. We are here to help the voter. I have been on many Zoom interviews, many media interviews, many organizational groups throughout the county, letting them know that if you have an issue with your ballot, whatever it may be, call 455-VOTE. However, they're past that process. The election is over. We're in the process of counting the right there.
What's the percentage of the total votes counted right now?
You know, that's available on our website. I don't have that number right off the top of my head, but you can quickly see that on our website and our ENR report. It's right there.
I just want to confirm one more number too in terms of votes. Yesterday you said you had processed 337,000 mail ballots.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you. I'm hard of hearing here and where.
Yes, yesterday you said you processed 337,000 mail-in ballots had already been processed yesterday. Is the total, so the total number that we see on there, 413,300 received, and then in addition, we add on the 63,000 and change you announced today, that's total received? I just want to make sure I have that correct.
Regardless of any reports that you're referring to, the numbers that I just gave you are the ones you should go with.
Right, but I'm
Don't
looking
try
for
to calculate it for yourself.
No, I'm looking for
I just
total
told you
number.
that there are 63,262, and then there are exceptions.
Right.
So I can't answer any of your questions because you're drawing from data that I didn't calculate.
No, I'm drawing from data from the Secretary of
Yeah,
State.
but that's not what I used to generate. I purposely set up this interview so that we could make sure and clear this up. You're drawing your data from somebody else, somewhere else, and you want me to answer according to that number. I can't. That's why I give you this information.
No, I understand, but I'm looking for, I'm just...
Next question.
Right there. Considering all the security checks that you mentioned there in place to prevent anything like voter fraud, in your expert opinion, how likely is it that a single ballot that should not have been counted has been counted? What's the likelihood?
I can't give you a probability on that. What I can tell you is that we're firm in our commitment to making sure that we're processing ballots with high integrity in the state of Nevada. A lot of that depends on anybody who's aware of something they feel that may have been nefarious. They need to notify our office, and we'll get the Nevada Secretary of State involved with investigating that. But we're doing everything we can to uphold the integrity of the process here in Clark County.
Should voters here in Nevada and all across the country have confidence in the way you're counting the votes?
Absolutely. We're very committed here, and we have a strong history in Clark County of leading in our processes and the use of technology and working to keep things high in integrity with everything I do and we do as a team. Credit to my staff for their commitment as well in the hours they work. But what I really want to also hit home on, and this is for election administrators across the country, I'm sure they agree with me, we're not concerned with reading as fast as we can. We're concerned with making sure that we're accurate in what we report. Because this is a very important election in the state of Nevada, and they make the decision for the president. So we take that very seriously, and we will make sure that we're doing everything properly.
So using your numbers, everybody's watching needs to be clear. 63,262, we expect to count 51,000 today. That means most should be counted by tomorrow.
That's not what I said. I've said it many times. Clark County is looking like we will complete the bulk of our mail ballot count by Saturday and Sunday. After that, there are several exceptions related to statute. I can't know what I'm going to receive in the mail next Sunday, Monday, or not Sunday, Monday and Tuesday. I'm statutorily required to count those ballots if they're postmarked by the 3rd. We have provisional ballots that are going to go in. All of the exceptions that I mentioned, those are ballots that will be counted. Anybody that was eligible in the cast of the ballot and provided us anything they needed to provide, the ballot will be counted by November 12th.
Did you add any additional observers to the process in the past few days?
I don't have observers. It's the general public that comes in and observes. I don't have observers.
A member of the Trump team said he was turned away when he tried to observe. What's the policy on that?
You speak up, man.
Earlier at a press conference, a member of the Trump team named Mr. Prudhomme said he was turned away from observing. Do you have any record of that, or would you turn someone away if they wanted to observe?
Absolutely not. We've been working close with all parties who've been interested in observing our activities. In fact, we've gone above and beyond what the statute calls for us to do. The only thing Clark County needs to do, barred by law, provide access to anyone who wants to observe us counting. We realized with the engagement by the general public in this election that they were going to be concerned and probably want to see more, so we, as a courtesy, provided more observation opportunities in other rooms. Now, these groups have also been contacted on a regular basis, and they continue to say that we're not communicating with them. We started communicating with them in the month of August and September, and we made clear to them exactly what we would do. We set up a schedule to count, and it's a worst-case scenario, because we want to make sure that we've got all of our bases covered, and we're going to have staff available to complete each task, each step, every day. Obviously, my staff is getting better at what they do because they've been doing it for over 20 days now. So if we finish before our scheduled time and there's no more work, they're done. So we have notified observers who come up, there's nothing to observe, and we've even gone so far as to tour them and take them to see the area to confirm that there's nothing going on. Unfortunately, there are some observers that come through that take it upon themselves to go into areas that they're not allowed to view, interact with our workers that they're not allowed to do. We clearly communicate to them exactly what they can and can't do with observers. So no, we have done everything we possibly can in Clark County to allow observers to participate.
Sir, point of clarification, the ballots...
One more question. We're going to take one more.
Were same day, mail, or both? The ballots reported today. So were the ballots reported today, same day, mail ballots, or both?
What do you mean by same day?
Voting, same day voting.
Election day. You mean registration?
Voting in person.
All of the in-person votes are in the system.
So, okay, so ballots reported today were dropped off by mail ballots, is that correct?
Some of them, they're grouped in different areas. I can't tell you exactly which ballots went in and got counted.
How come you're not able to say that? That's a record.
Well, I would have to go look at the batches and see where they came from. What I'm telling you is exactly what we know we have left. This would be a combination of drop-off ballots, things that were left in the mail. That's all we really have left at this point.
But today was not in-person voting. Reporting today was not in-person.
Again, in-person voting was reported on election night. That would have been early voting on election day. All of the in-person votes are in the system.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
When the Founding Fathers were writing the Constitution of the United States over 2 centuries ago, they didn't exactly trust that the American people, or even Congress, could make the right choice for president. So they compromised and set up a system called the Electoral College, where even if a candidate wins the popular vote, they still might not win the presidency. Think Al Gore's loss to George W. Bush in 2000 and Hillary Clinton's to Donald Trump in 2016. The Electoral College currently consists of 538 electors, 1 for each member of Congress plus 3 for the District of Columbia. Each state is assigned a different allotment of votes based on how many people live there. In 48 states and D.C., the candidate winning the popular vote receives all that state's votes, the exceptions being Nebraska and Maine. Those 2 states assign 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state's overall popular vote and 1 to the winner of each congressional district's popular vote. For a candidate to win the presidency, they must secure at least 270 electoral votes, a majority of the 538. This so-called indirect election process has come under a lot of criticism lately, with detractors calling it undemocratic. Proponents argue the Electoral College ensures that citizens of less populous states are equally represented and stands as an important piece of American federalist democracy.
Will you commit?
there. Part of that is just a scanning differential between the accepted ballots and those were reported. So their actual total is about 4,400 of the absentee ballots to scan and report. And they did have an issue that was asked about earlier this morning. They had a corrupt memory card on one of the early voting ICPs, the polling place scanners. They discovered that. They took the ballots from that. They rescanned those, and those will be included in the totals. It's approximately 400 votes, and that is included in the 4,800. But that's one of the benefits of having a paper backup, is that you can, if those situations occur, you can take care of those. Harris is continuing to work. Lawrence County, we talked to them this afternoon, and they are trying to figure out exactly where the batches are for the 797, because they had thought they had uploaded them, and they looked and realized not. Taylor had a unique issue. They did their absentee ballot printing in-house. Something along the way made the ballots not the appropriate size. So if you have a ballot that is based on coordinates, which a hand-marked ballot is, and it is not the right size, it cannot be scanned. So they're going through the process of duplicating each of those ballots on the ballot marking devices, and then what they have to do is have to take the original ballot and the duplicate ballot, so they can tie them together, have to be marked that each one matches to the other one to keep a paper trail alive of the original artifact of the voter. They will take those ballots, and it's 456 of them, and then run them through their scanner. They are a little over halfway through that process right now. As you can imagine, it's an arduous process. You want to be precise and make sure you get the ballot reflecting exactly what the intended vote of the voter was. So again, that gets to a total of 47,277. On another note, following up on another question that was asked earlier today, we have, this is included in the counts we have right now. There are 17,529 UACAVA, which is our military and overseas ballots that have been accepted in the counties. And as I noted earlier, under the federal laws, the UACAVA ballots that are postmarked by Tuesday can be accepted up to tomorrow, Friday. So of the pool of those, there are 8,899. That doesn't mean that any of them will arrive, or it means that all of them could arrive. We have no way of knowing that number. So I just want to make that clear. It's not there's 8,900 ballots to be counted. Those are ones that could arrive to be counted in any subset thereof. So with that, I will answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Secretary, can you tell us how long you think it will take for the count to be finished?
Well, let's see. First of all, not the Secretary. I'm the statewide voting system implementation manager.
I apologize. Let me ask you that question again.
Yeah.
How long do you think it will take for it?
Again, as we've been stating for weeks and months, that with the advent of paper, it's going to take time. We anticipate having the count, quote unquote, done when the legal deadline for certification is, which is going to be 10 days after the election. That's when we're done, because there are ballots that are still coming in, there are ballots to be cured, there are ballots that are provisionals that are to be verified. So we can't know how long the process will take. We hope to have clarity on the outcomes of these elections as soon as possible. However, when you have so many important elections in the state being so close, done is a very relative term at this point. We're trying to get all the legal votes counted accurately so we can give the right results and make sure that everybody's vote is reflected properly.
So do you think what can you tell
Yes, sir.
What's
Yes,
your
sir.
message to people around the state and around the country who claim the amount of time it's taking Georgia is some sort of effort to steal an election or cheat?
The effort here is to make sure that everybody's vote, legal vote, is counted properly and that the actual results are reflective of the voters' intent. The issue we have in Georgia is, like I just said, it's a close vote. There's other states that have more votes to count than we do, but it's a wide margin, so nobody cares. So this is the first time we've used paper ballots in this state in 20 years. So as we said, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, the Secretary stood where I'm standing and said, this is going to take a little more time. These close elections require us to be diligent and make sure we do everything right.
If I recall,
Yes, sir.
Sterling, can you talk a little bit about the recount process if we get to that point, given how close some of these races, especially the presidential races? What happens and when will that happen?
Under the law in this state, there's two different ways you can request a recount. You can request it before certification if you are going to allege that there's any specific irregularity that has occurred. That would be a county by county function. We don't see a mechanism in place to call for a statewide recount under that scenario. The second way is it would have to be after certification, and whether that's county certification or state certification, I will leave that to lawyers. But it would potentially be after the state certification, and then at that point, One of the good things we have happening today is that we have been setting up for our risk limiting audit, and in doing that, we have what's are called ballot manifests, where we know the amount of ballots in each one, and they are tracked so we know exactly how many there are. And the rule we passed to help define the recount after we passed HB 316, which was our election reform law that was supported by Secretary Raffensperger, was that essentially you would take a sample amount of ballots, run them through the scanner, make sure that it matched what we saw there, and then you would rescan those ballots on these central scanners called the ICC at each one of the counties. In anticipation of this, as I noted in our conference earlier, the Secretary directed that we procure the high-speed, high-capacity scanners for each and every county, regardless of population, for just such an occasion as this. Yes, John.
What is the cost of a recount? How long does a recount take, given the volume of votes? And in the history of Georgia, have recounts never made a difference in the results?
We anticipate most recounts do not make differences, but in the past, we weren't involving paper on that, especially this volume of hand-marked paper. The cost, unknowable, unknown at this point. I couldn't give you an answer on that one. The good thing is we have already procured the necessary equipment statewide for such an occasion. How long it's going to take? It will be faster than what we saw in Chatham County, where a judge decided to order a hand count of the ballots we had off the BMDs, and it took 5 days to do 5,000 ballots. In this case, using technology, we anticipate it could take up to a week. Again, that's just our first blush look at it. In fact, we were talking with some logistics companies earlier about making sure we put processes in place with the counties, but it would have to be after the certification in order to make that happen. Yeah, John, follow up.
On the timeline. So you have to, by law, certify by November 13th, is that correct?
No, the counties certify by November 13th. The state has to certify by November 20th.
And in that process, do you anticipate sooner than later? I know you can't guess on the time frame, but what is your best guess at by this weekend, by Monday, and you might know?
Here's the issue. We are reliant upon the counties to do their jobs and do their jobs properly. We had a conference call with all 159 counties this afternoon, led by our elections director, Chris Harvey, basically laying out this timeline to them, saying the sooner you get the stuff to us, the sooner that we can get your certifications done, the sooner we can get the audit done, and the sooner we can get our certification done, so we can get that out of the way. Because we need to understand a few things about those 159 elections directors I was talking about before. We have a potential in the state of having a statewide runoff for a state-level election in the PSC. That means that there will be one on December 10th. That means they have to be prepared for that. Under our state law, they have a rollover list where they're going to have to get the absentee ballots out for it's nearly 700,000 people now. The state's not doing that in this particular case if there's a state runoff. There are 3 counties that have the Congressional District 5 runoff election to fill out the remainder of John Lewis's seat. And early voting for that begins, believe it or not, on Monday. So they'll be running those elections. At the same time, they're going to be preparing for this audit. We have to get ready for certification, and then a recount. And then in the middle of that, we now look like we're going to have a runoff potentially for the Purdue seat along with the Loeffler seat. And the state will be doing the rollover list for those, which again is 700,000 ballots we have to prepare for. We have worked on making sure inventories are in place for those runoff elections for the absentee process. We encourage the counties to go through their inventories. The state ordered stuff about a month ago on the just in case this scenario presented itself. So obviously, John, lots of things happening at one time. These elections directors are going to have a very good sleep sometime after probably January 15th. Yes, ma'am. Hold on a second. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. At this point, we don't have any of the numbers coming in on the cured ballots on that. As you know, they have until tomorrow to cure those ballots. Stephen.
With the absentee ballots that are still in the process, can you explain what the process is for processing them that takes so long? I guess why does it take so long to process an absentee ballot after the election?
Well, one of the issues you have is first, absentee ballots were allowed to be submitted legally by 7 p.m. on Tuesday. So like I said before, everybody's running the election on Tuesday, so you get into Wednesday. Then you have to do signature verification to assure that that ballot belongs to the person who previously requested it. So that's one of the important things, is we want to make sure the actual human being who voted that ballot is the one who requested that ballot. That's a very important distinction of absentee ballots in Georgia. Then they have to go through the process of putting them into batches. Then they get scanned. And when they get scanned, if there is a overvote or an ambiguous mark on an election, it then has to be adjudicated, and that requires volunteers from the Republican and Democrat parties to sit together to decide what that voter meant. And when you have a larger number of ballots, it takes a longer amount of time. Yes, sir.
This morning you said there were 17,000 ballots still outstanding in Chatham County. You just said there are still 17,000 ballots outstanding. Do you have any more information?
Well, let me explain what the difference of outstanding means. I mean outstanding from our vote totals. They have 15,000 scanned, and they have 2,000 more to scan. I know they're working on it right now. As I've noted before, and if you go to the Savannah Morning News, they've got a good explanation of their split registrar versus elections, which slows that process down compared to other states. So they batch them a little bit differently, and that just takes some more time. That's one of the reasons we're getting an investigator, to make sure there's that's the reason I'm aware of right now. We want to make sure there's nothing else that's causing any issues down there. Yes, sir.
You had mentioned that every legal vote will be counted. Have you identified any votes or ballots that have come in that you would consider not to be legal or illegal?
First of all, the Secretary of State's office does not make those distinctions. Those are county-level decisions made by county elections directors and their designees. Any ballot that came in late after 7 p.m., it's not that it's an illegal vote, it's just it's no longer allowed to be counted because it came in too late under the law. It's things like that. So we will have an inventory of those after the election, but right now we're focusing on counting those legal votes that we know were there.
When you do the risk limit...
Hold on, Emma. Oh, you know what? You've been patient. All right. Yeah.
Thank you. When you do the risk limiting audit,
yes.
when you rescan the ballot, are you scanning the QR code or the human readable text?
Well, on the risk limiting audit, there is no scanning. It is only based on what a person can read. So that's what the whole point of this is to make sure that the outcome is reflective of what the individual voter who read their ballot, who scanned it to go in, is what is done. Yes, sir.
Mr. Sterling, can you also comment about the military and the overseas? You said that about 17,000 have been accepted.
Yes.
About 8,900 that could still arrive.
Yes.
Could this mean that in addition to the 47,000 that are still left, this could take us into Saturday, possibly Sunday? Can you walk us through that?
There is a possibility. Now, the likelihood is not all 8,000 of those are going to show up. But I understand that with the close nature of especially the presidential race, those could become vital and important. But there is a cutoff time. That's why we have laws. That's why we have certification times. And the reason that we have those is so we can get to an ending. As I stated before, we have to certify this election by November 20th because under the law, we have to get the federal runoff ballots for the Senate runoffs out by Saturday to USElection on Saturday the 21st. So we can't have anything get in the way of our timelines on this. So it's going to be difficult for us to make it as it is, and our poll workers, our elections directors, our election staff, the Center for Elections, they're going to be putting a lot of long hours to bring democracy to the people of Georgia.
Mr. Sterling, do you
Yes,
have
Emma.
a rough timeline on provisional numbers, when we might have a sense of how many there are?
The only one we have right now is because we have that monitor in Fulton, we noticed 3,900. I don't have an answer with it. We're working with the counties to get a handle on how many they have. Obviously, they have to be cured or actually verified by tomorrow. And I don't know the codes on any of these, so right now I've really put a lot of work into the elections directors right now to answer questions. So that's one I'm going to leave for a little bit later. I'd like to know the answer, but they're really focusing on getting those last ballots done. Yes, ma'am.
Can you just briefly sum up and recap the difference between this morning's conference and today, the progress and changes that have taken place?
Frankly, I don't remember the number I gave this morning. I think it was like 62,000. I thought there were a little over 47,000 now, but there's been changes even inside that number, like I noted before, the Gwinnett numbers from that one scanner for absentee in person, which is what early vote is. And actually, while I have everybody here, just to clear a few things up, people get confused. Early voting, and they go online and they look for, I've listed as having requested an absentee. I didn't. Early voting in person is what they call absentee in person. So that is what they have done. They voted absentee in person. So I know there's some confusion out there, so I want to clear that up. We feel like we're in a very good position to have most of it done. Heck, we've got most of it done now. We're down to the final percent or so, which when a race is this close, obviously everybody wants to know when's it going to be over. The only outlying edge we have is the certification deadlines. Yes, sir.
What answer do you have for the president who keeps insinuating cheating in this process? Do you have a straight answer for that?
My straight answer in this state with these elections directors is they're doing the best to make sure that every legal vote is counted and the outcome will be whatever the voters of Georgia have chosen. And yes, it's a tight race. So be patient. The outcome will be certified. We will have an audit, so we will all know that the outcome is correct. Hold on, CNN, what was that? You know, I'm not sure. I have to get back to you with that. I mean, my assumption would probably be end of business day. It's not going to be midnight for some of these people because we have to have people operate in their regular business hours. Yes, sir.
The Secretary of State.
What's that?
Where is the Secretary of State?
He's in meetings trying to keep up with a lot of this stuff right now. I'm the numbers guy, so I get to talk about some of this stuff. Yes, sir.
And an individual...
Like the jacket, by the way.
An individual voter validates his vote
There is no paper trail to go back because under the state constitution of Georgia, it is a private vote. As an absentee ballot, we have a secrecy sleeve around that. So once it is verified as having come in, the secrecy sleeve is separated from the individual so that when they open the ballot, they don't know who that's tied back to. So there's no way for the person to verify it once it's been cast. Every single vote has to be looked at and examined by that individual voter as they send it in. And with the outcomes we've seen, this pretty much falls in line with everything we've been looking at.
Do you keep that data and it's just in separate databases?
Everybody's credit for voting is there, absolutely, but there's no physical way to tie a vote back to a person. That would lead to things like vote buying. It's the reason we don't allow photography of your ballot in the booth. What else we got? Yes, ma'am. At this point, they're going to be looking at the process and making sure, because we anticipate with any area that goes quote-unquote late, even though this is part of the process, there will be questions raised. We want to be able to have a first-hand account of how things were processed and what was done on the ground.
Sir, if I can just
yes, sir.
two things with you. The 43,277 number, that doesn't include provisional ballots.
That does not include provisional ballots because those may or may not be counted.
And the other thing is the 8,899 overseas ballots. Is that just military, or could that be?
It's uniform military overseas. It could be an expat. Yes, it could be under that same thing. Yes, John.
Having said everything you said about the numbers and the process and the integrity of the system, to what degree are you aware of great concern from the public all across this country and certainly in Georgia about the integrity of the process? Concern that maybe somehow votes are being found that are trying to rig the system and put the system at their mercy and come out with an outcome that the voters did not want.
Well, I think if anybody's going to try to rig a system, they might have seen something a little bit less close than this. That's one. Two, we have in this process 159 dedicated elections directors and their staff who are working to get this right. They're working diligently every single day. We know how many requests came in for absentee ballots. We know how many ballots were received. So that is an outward bound, so nobody could suddenly show up with 100,000 extra ballots somewhere. In this state in particular, we take security very seriously. The entire name of our campaign for launching this new system was Secure Your Vote. And it's really important. And I understand that in other states there are questions. I can only speak for this state, and I can speak for the people of Secretary Raffensperger's staff, the elections directors around the state. They're going to get it right. We're going to have an audit to prove they got it right. We went for risk limiting audit, which is a little more difficult to do than traditional audit. We're going to have a recount for president more than likely, and people will see those outcomes stay essentially the same. The recount we had in Savannah really proved that the scanned ballots were the same as when a human being read and counted those ballots. So I feel like in this state, we've taken the steps at every level to secure that vote and make sure the integrity of the ballot is protected. All right. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I know they filed that lawsuit. Anything else? All right, thank you all very much. Have a great day. Oh, John, come on, one more. We have been sending out reports about every half an hour of the ballot counts as they come in. We will try to supplement those with county level counts as well if we can get to that point. But the main thing is balloting is continuing, ballot processing and counting is continuing. We have the basic pool of ballots that are there, so we know the outward edges of these things. Again, I said I was prayerful that we would be done today, this morning. I am still prayerful for that, but if it has to go to tomorrow to make sure that we get it accurately done, then so be it. So thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, they're good. So, actually, let me call Dave real fast. I'm up for the pool, so. Hey, Dave. Oh, wonderful. Oh, my God. So, all right. Looks very presidential. All right, cool. Let me roll. I'll be. All right, thanks, Dave. So what I may do is I don't have a lot of reach. Just put my toe right here. If that's okay. So, yeah, it looks like the base of it is in all here. I think we're good. Yeah. Yeah, I got one. Expect a picture.
What'd you say?
I said I expect a picture.
I have a terrible shot.
You got me. Just shoot through here. Actually, it's a very clean
No,
shot.
I can't see.
It's a clean shot.
Trying to do my best.
Make sure you get my tushy. You know, in these pants, they look good. Just put my toe on.
Good afternoon, folks. Senator Harris and I just completed briefings on both COVID and the economic crisis facing this nation. And we're reminded again of the severity of this pandemic. Cases are on the rise nationwide, and we're nearing 240,000 deaths due to COVID. And our hearts go out to each and every family that has lost a loved one to this terrible disease. In America, the vote is sacred. It's how people of this nation express their will. And it is the will of the voters, no one, not anything else, that chooses the President of the United States of America. So, each ballot must be counted. And that's what we're going to see going through now. And that's how it should be. Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. But that patience has been rewarded now for more than 240 years with a system of governance that's been the envy of the world. And we continue to feel, Senator and I, we continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed, and we'll know very soon. So thank you all for your patience, but we have to count the votes. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you so much.
Tuesdays. Thank you for our Wawa Rewards members. Gotta have a Wawa.
Every year, my big friend, Giuliano, he's a tremendous guy.
Today we want to update you on what's been happening. They have refused to let us have a meaningful view of the vote count. They have continued to count the vote. Because they have done nothing to help us, they are not letting every legal vote count. They are letting anything come in. They are not letting us look at anything at all. Nothing. So we have filed in federal court. We have just filed a motion in federal court for immediate injunctive relief to shut down the voting process until we can get a resolution where we can look at these ballots. There is a reason that they are suppressing the election results, the legal election results, because they will not let us look at the ballot. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you should care about this. They're trying to suppress our voices now, and they will not do it. So we have filed in federal court for immediate injunctive relief.
What kind of vote, what kind of ballots would they show that would be illegal?
Listen, guys, it's very simple here. A judge in this state issued a ruling that the Board of Elections has summarily dismissed. They believe they are above the law. So because they would not follow the law of the state of Pennsylvania, we have filed for federal relief. That is what we're doing because we will not let the people of Pennsylvania go without having an election observer for every single ballot. It is shameful. It is shameful that the boards of elections here in Pennsylvania thinks they do not have to listen to a judge's order. What has America come to? This judge has ordered us inside to review this process, and the Board of Elections and your sheriff said no. So what do? We go get relief by the federal government to make sure every legal vote is counted. Thank you very much. We believe every legal vote should be counted, and we have the right to look at those votes, and we're going to make sure every single vote is counted. Thank you, guys.
afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining me here yet again. We're coming in the home stretch here. The counties have been working incredibly hard. Hundreds of thousands of ballots have been counted so far today, and we're in very good shape, but there's still some to count. So they are working incredibly hard. They're going to keep counting into the evening, and stay tuned. So let's see. We've been reaching out. We've been very closely in touch with all 67 counties, making sure that they're reporting on as regular basis as possible. I know all of you, everybody around the country, around the state are eagerly awaiting, and I can tell you the counties are too. They are really taking their time, making sure that every single voter in the Commonwealth who has cast their ballot is having those ballots accurately and securely counted. So, as you know, we're going to keep counting. Military and overseas ballots, I think, are coming in. Those will continue to be accepted through next Tuesday. There are obviously provisional ballots that will have to be counted as well after the initial round of ballots. And, I think whatever the outcomes are, I can tell you that I'm so proud to work with the 67 counties, the election officials who are just doing an amazing job getting these counted accurately and securely. So I am happy, I think, with that, to take your questions. Yes?
The integrity of the election has certainly been questioned quite a bit over the past several days, and it seems to be intensifying now in these final states that we're waiting to hear from. What is your message to the people of Pennsylvania and to the people of the country about the way things work here in Pennsylvania?
So, as we've been talking about for months, Pennsylvanians have more choices on how they've been able to vote this year than they've ever had in the history of the Commonwealth. And no matter how they voted, what's critical here is that we have very strong processes in place that make sure that voting integrity and security are constantly followed by every county in the state. So, for example, we talked about, I think it was yesterday, voting by mail in Pennsylvania. So the processes we found, though it's new under Act 77 that we can all vote by mail, it's the same processes that we've used for decades for absentee voting. So voters have to apply. They're checked against either the Social Security database or the PennDOT database. They're checked against their voter record to make sure that they're a qualified voter and they are who they say they are. They cast their ballot, and then they're checked again when the ballot is received that they were actually an approved voter. Very secure. There's really, like, the strength of the integrity of this vote is really unparalleled. Same when you vote in person, right? You have to be registered, you go in, you sign in the poll book. All of these things are tracked. Our voting systems and our databases make sure that no voter can cast more than one vote. It literally has a hard stop should anybody even try. And the counties, again, as I've talked about, the amazing county election officials, they take this so seriously. They are such professionals. So, I can just say, really, no matter how you chose to vote this year, and so many Pennsylvanians have, and it looks like it's really going to be great turnout when we finalize the numbers, that every method is incredibly safe and secure. Yes? Yes, sir.
Hi, Secretary. Hey, you've said, if I understand it correctly, that enough results may be coming in tonight for people to have a handle on who the winner in the presidential race is. What's your basis for thinking that? Can you put a finer point on it? How long? What makes you say that?
So the counties are continuing to count, and so obviously, depending on how close the race is, that impacts whether you. So the final results are not certified until 20 days after the election, right? So I want to be clear, there's no final results happening now anyway. What's happening now is having enough ballots counted to actually see who the winner is, right? The farther apart that is, the easier it is to tell. So it's very close in Pennsylvania, right? There's no question. And so that means it's going to take longer to actually see who the winner is. But I can tell you that there's several 100,000 ballots remaining to be counted. You can track all that, what counties it remains in, look at our website, and you'll be able to see how we get to the conclusion. But, you know, either way, I want to be clear that these are just the mail-in and absentee votes and the in-person votes, right? The overwhelming majority, like, I think, you know, a huge majority of the in-person votes have been counted. We're in a very good place with the mail-in and absentee ballots, but not quite there yet. But then there's still going to be provisional ballots, the military and overseas ballots, and so forth. So the closer the race is, the longer it takes. But I think what I've said all along is that the overwhelming majority of ballots will be counted by Friday. I still think that we're ahead of the schedule, and we actually already have counted the overwhelming majority of ballots, but because it's a close race, it's not quite clear yet who the winner is. So, yes.
You've mentioned provisional ballots a couple of times. How many of those have been cast statewide? And of those, how many have been counted and reported?
So very few have been counted, and because that usually happens following the counting of the other ballots. So usually, so that you won't see. Counties are not going to start that until after they've finished with the others generally. So we don't know yet. We've been reaching out to the counties. I know, I can't remember if it was you or somebody else who asked me both about provisional ballot numbers and numbers of ballots arriving after Election Day, after 8 p.m. on Election Day. So provisional ballots, you know, I think we've heard from, you know, maybe 2/3 of the counties. So I don't have a firm number yet, and as soon as we do, we'll be able to report those numbers.
Understood. Can you give me your best estimate?
The provisional ballots, I think it's still early yet. So let's touch base again after I have more than the number that I have so far. Yeah.
No guesstimate at all?
It doesn't, you know, the context matters, right? So if I tell you a number that reflects 41 counties, it could be not reflective of the whole because it matters which counties they are. So we will circle back with you. Yes.
Oh,
sorry.
I know that you stand by the integrity of the election so far. Have you or any of the counties investigated any specific allegations of voter fraud?
No. I mean, I'm not aware of any. I mean, well, I should say you probably heard some weeks ago that there was a gentleman in Luzerne County who tried to apply for a ballot for his deceased mother. I don't know if you heard that, but that was several weeks ago. That was the only incident that I am aware of in this year. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I know that you said a minute ago that you guys have counted the vast majority of the in-person Election Day votes. Can you give us a more specific sense of how many of those are outstanding? Is it fewer than the remaining mail-in votes? Oh, yeah. If you go to our website and the supplemental dashboard, if you look at like the pie chart, it's a tiny sliver. It may be that 99% are counted. So whether it's 99 or 98.5, go to the dashboard and it will tell you. More beyond the mail-in ballots that are? No, I mean, there's a tiny fraction of precincts that aren't counted yet. Yeah, it's a very, very, very small number. Yeah, yes.
The outstanding mail-in ballots, does that include counties that have all counties segregated the ballots that came in after Election Day?
Right, so the ballots that have been counted so far are the ones that came in by November 3rd. So all the counties are going to be segregating any that came in after 8 p.m. on November 3rd through 5 p.m. on November 6th. Yes. Yes, Dennis.
Secretary, there are 7 precincts in Allegheny County that aren't reporting anything yet. That includes Election Day in-person ballots. Do you know what's going on there?
No, I don't, but I'm happy to check with them afterwards. I know what's going on in some of the other things, but I don't know what's going on in those 7 precincts. So thank you. We will reach out to them. Yes.
Does the department know how many mail-in ballots might still be en route to election offices that were postmarked by the 3rd?
Do we know how many are en route? No. I could tell you that the numbers that have come in so far are a tiny fraction of what came in after the primary. So I don't think, and usually, I mean, based on historical numbers, you get the most ballots, the day after Election Day, and then it dwindles from there. So I think I don't expect it to be a significant amount.
Mail-in ballots were surrendered at the polls on November 3rd?
Not yet. We will know that because we will know that at once the counties do those because obviously those voter declarations had to be signed, and I think they'll also be able to track the provisional ballot voters, the ones that didn't surrender their ballots. But that will take some time. Thank you. Yes.
Have you and your staff taken any special safety precautions? And should the county workers who are doing the counting be concerned about their safety, given the strong feelings?
So by safety, you mean from the outside world or?
Physical safety, yes.
The counties really are in the best position to assess that. I mean, as you might imagine, we have a great Commonwealth, a lot of diversity from, very rural counties to urban counties. So it's really not a one-size-fits-all assessment. We certainly talk to the counties and issue guidance and directives on security of, the voting systems and the locations and, all those things. But I think the physical security of the staff, I would defer to the counties on.
What about you and your staff? Taking any special precautions?
Yes.
Can you talk about those at all?
I mean, we have security. We make sure that we are safe, and we make sure that where operations are secure and safe. Yes. Thank you. Yes, Jan.
I was going to ask you about the late arriving ballots, if you have any kind of idea of how many there are, but based on these questions, I get a sense you don't know. But you did tell CNN today that it was anywhere from 0 in some counties to hundreds in others. So, I mean, can you be a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's actually a lower it's significantly lower number than we thought. But I think we've heard from. I apologize, I forget exactly how many counties, so it's not a full picture yet, but it's a much less significant number. It's like a fraction of what we saw in the primary. So I think we saw 60,000 in the 3 days following the primary. It's not going to be anywhere near that. So once I have the full, again, I think I have maybe, 2/3 of the counties, and so I just want to make sure before I give, but what I said was true. There are some counties that got 0 the day following, and there are some counties that got in the hundreds, maybe 500. But so that's the range that I have now, but I just don't want to give an overall picture until I make sure I have every county in. Thanks. But it really is smaller. Yes.
Sorry, if I could just double back on mail-ins, uncounted mail-ins. I think you said in your opening remarks that there were several 100,000 outstanding. And we've heard some, varying numbers on that. Can you put a finer point on that at all? Just what kind of figure we're looking at?
So go to the website and go to the dashboard. It's constantly changing. And so it just seems like as soon as I give a number, there are county results that get updated, and it's different than what I just said. It's a moving target.
What's the last number you were aware of?
I think it was in the 350,000 range. But again, as soon as I say that, you're going to go into the dashboard and it's going to say it's lower than that. So,
difficult topic, and thank you for indulging me.
Yeah, sure. Yes, I'll get to.
So on election night, results in Lancaster County were showing an amount well above the amount requested and then nearly double the amount returned. Could you explain why that happened and if that was county specific?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sure. Yeah, in Lancaster County on election night specifically, it was showing results for mail-in ballots that was well above the amount returned and the amount requested. Can you explain how that happened?
I can't remember Lancaster County specifically. What I can tell you is that some of the counties, and Lancaster, I'm thinking it probably had to do, so they're one of, I think, the 2 counties that have hard voting systems. Each voting system vendor has, the way they translate with the data has worked slightly differently. And as you know, this dashboard, and even the website, it's the first year that we broke out provisional ballots, mail-in ballots, and in-person. So some of the reporting, if the county's files were not done perfectly, it might merge to the categories, it might put things in the wrong category. So we've been working out all those quirks. Like I know, for example, York was off for a little while, but that is now corrected. So that may have explained what was going on with Lancaster. There's just been, most of it has been the county, the way they sent us the files, the data was just not in the right place, basically.
How do you assure voters that it was handled and taken care of? Is there a way that you can do that?
Well, it's fixed. I mean, it's fixed on the website. And you can also, I think I've said this priors of these, but you can always go to the county websites. You can look and see, it's an easy way to double check. Yes, Dennis.
Secretary, some tweets have surfaced, admittedly from a couple of years ago, your tweets suggesting negative things about Donald Trump. What do you say to people that say, geez, you're the person overseeing this election and you have clearly partisan views on the matter? What's your response to that?
So my response is, look, these were 4 years ago. And at the time, I was not in the administration. I was not in any public service. I was a private citizen. It was a personal Twitter account. So that, and then when I became Secretary of State, I took an oath, Dennis, and I took an oath to defend and protect the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the Constitution of the United States. And partisan politics have no place in the Pennsylvania Department of State or any county elections office for that matter. I mean, we work for voting rights and for effective election administration, and I can tell you that I will do everything in my power to make sure that every voter, every candidate, and every party have access to a fair, free, safe, and secure election. And I don't care what their background is, and I don't care what my background is. That's what we do at the Department of State. Thank you.